Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Authentic documented experiences, thoughtfully adapted for calm, sleep-friendly listening, truth preserved, atmosphere enhanced. Like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new releases. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then it plays clean. Literary horror narration for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. I unzipped my tent and saw a ring of stones where there hadn't been one. They were fist-sized pieces of basalt, evenly spaced, set in a near-perfect circle around the rainfly. The morning was windless and bright, the kind of dry desert dawn that turns the dust pale and honest. I lay there for a second, half inside my sleeping bag, trying to remember if I'd done something strange the night before. I hadn't. I'd cooked on my small stove, watched the light drain out of the canyon walls, and turned in early. I don't sleepwalk. I don't build things in my sleep. I crawled out carefully, as if I might disturb whatever it was. The stones were placed about a foot from the tent's edge, too deliberate to be random scatter. Each one had been pressed into the soft dirt just enough to seat it. I crouched and touched one. It was cool from the night. The campsite sat on a flat shelf of BLM land, miles from the nearest paved road. I'd chosen it because it was empty and quiet, with a view down into a dry wash. The ground there is a fine powder over hardpan. It records everything: tire treads, boot prints, the thin drag marks of lizards. When I set up at dusk, my own tracks had followed me back and forth from the car to the tent, heel and toe crisp in the dust. Now the ground around the circle was smooth, not just free of other tracks. Smooth. I stepped out of the tent and my boots made the first impressions in that powder, sharp and new. I walked a slow loop around the stones, scanning the ground beyond them. Nothing. No scuffing. No partial prints. No knee marks where someone might have leaned in to place the rocks. Even the prints I remembered leaving while staking the corners were gone, as if the earth had been brushed flat in the night. A light breeze can soften edges. It can't erase a whole campsite and leave a tidy ring of stones behind. I told myself there were explanations. Wind can do strange selective things in open country. People wander. Maybe someone had come through late and thought it would be funny. Maybe I'd slept through it. I've always been a heavy sleeper outdoors, soothed by the open air. I straightened and looked toward my car, parked 30 yards away at the edge of the shelf. It was the only vehicle for miles. The dirt between us was an unmarked sheet except for the prints I was making now. The feeling that settled in wasn't fear at first. It was embarrassment. The sense that I'd missed something obvious. I walked to the car, moving off to one side to keep my new tracks separate from the untouched ground. The dust out there was just as smooth. No approach from the road. No departure toward the wash. If someone had come in the night, they hadn't walked. When I reached the car, I saw the white square tucked under the driver's side windshield wiper. It was a Polaroid. For a second I thought it might be trash caught by the blade, some old receipt. Then I saw the thick border and the faint chemical sheen. My stomach tightened in a way I can't quite describe, like I'd stepped onto a stair that wasn't there. I pulled it free. The image had developed fully. It showed the inside of my tent. My tent. The angle was from just above my feet, looking down toward my head. The zipper on the door was half open. Pale morning light leaked in. I was on my side, mouth open. One arm outside the sleeping bag. The small scar on my forearm from a climbing fall years ago was visible. My face was slack with sleep. The shot was close. Close enough that the photographer had been inside the tent or leaning through the door. My heart began to hammer, hard and fast. I looked up from the photo and scanned the empty shelf, the wash, the low junipers. Nothing moved. No engine noise. No distant figures. I checked the ground directly beneath the car. Smooth dust. No prints at the doors. No marks where someone might have stood to slide the photo under the wiper. I circled the vehicle once, careful not to trample what little evidence there might be. The only tracks in that powder were mine, fresh and distinct. I went back to the tent at a near run. The zipper on the door was closed now, as I had left it when I crawled out minutes before. I crouched and studied the stones again. They weren't from far away. They matched the scattered basalt nearby. Whoever placed them had taken time to collect and carry them, one by one, and set them evenly around me while I slept. I tried to reconstruct the night. I'd fallen asleep to a coyote yipping somewhere down the wash. I hadn't heard footsteps, no crunch of gravel, no hand on the zipper. The Polaroid showed no flash glare in my eyes, no harsh shadows, just the soft gray of dawn, which meant the photo had been taken in the early morning, not deep night, close to when I woke. I felt exposed in a way I never had before outdoors. I've been camping and backpacking for most of my life. I know the ordinary risks, weather, animals, other people. I take precautions. I choose remote sites precisely to avoid crowds. That morning, standing in that perfect silence, I realized that remoteness cuts both ways. There's no one to bother you. There's no one to hear you. I didn't pack neatly. I shoved the sleeping bag into its sack and yanked up the stakes, glancing over my shoulder between every motion. The stones I left where they were. It felt wrong to disturb them. I loaded the car in minutes, my movements clumsy and urgent. Before getting in, I took one more slow look around the campsite. The shelf lay open and bare under the rising sun. My fresh tracks made an awkward pattern between tent and car. Beyond them, the dust was unbroken, smooth as poured flour. I drove out without stopping to photograph anything. The road back to pavement felt longer than it had the day before. Every bend made me expect to see a parked truck or a person standing in the middle of the track. There was nothing. I went straight to the nearest ranger station in the small town an hour away. I brought the Polaroid in with me, holding it by the edges like it might smear. I explained what I'd found, how the ground had looked. The ranger listened carefully and took notes. A deputy came over from the sheriff's office. They asked if I had enemies, if anyone knew where I was headed. I told them no. I planned trips alone and keep them loose. We drove back out together in separate vehicles. By then the sun was high, and a light breeze had started up. The campsite looked the same. The ring of stones was still there. The ground beyond my own earlier tracks remained oddly blank. The deputy walked a wide perimeter, scanning for any sign of approach from the road or the wash. He found nothing. He crouched and ran his fingers over the dirt, frowning at how soft it was. He said it should have recorded something. He didn't speculate beyond that. They took the photo as evidence and promised to log it. A week later, I received a copy of the report by email. It was brief. Unlawful entry suspected. No signs of forced access. No identifiable prints. No suspects. The attached PDF had a reference string at the bottom that looked like a glitch from their record system. I remember staring at that odd tag longer than the rest of the page, as if it might contain an answer. They never called back with more. I haven't camped alone since. I've tried to rationalize it. Someone exceptionally careful could have approached over rock, stepping only on stone and hard ground, never touching the dust. They could have smoothed over my old tracks with a branch. They could have unzipped the tent with slow, steady hands and taken the photo without waking me. It's possible, skilled, patient, but that doesn't explain why there were no signs of smoothing. No faint drag lines, no disturbed edges, just an absence, clean and complete. Sometimes at home, I take the copy of the Polaroid from the drawer where I keep it and study my sleeping face. I look for clues in my own posture. Was I drugged? I hadn't eaten or drunk anything unusual. My stove and water jug were untouched. My car showed no tampering. What unsettles me most isn't the stones or even the photograph. It's the fact that whoever stood over me could have done anything. The distance between being observed and being harmed is thin. That morning it was crossed in one direction and not the other. I still go outside. I still hike, but I choose crowded campgrounds now, with the low murmur of other tents nearby. I miss the deep quiet of places like that desert shelf. I miss the sense that the land was wide and empty and mine for a night. When I close my eyes, I sometimes picture that ring of stones in the early light, each one pressed carefully into the dust. I picture the ground around them, flawless and blank, as if no one had ever stood there at all, and I see myself inside that circle, asleep and unaware, the zipper half open to the morning, while something patient and silent watched me breathe. I almost didn't take the order because it came in 5 minutes before closing, and I've learned that nothing good starts with a late delivery to a place you've never heard of. The ticket printed with a dry cough from the machine, and I remember wiping my hands on my jeans before I tore it free. The address wasn't on a main road, not even on a county road. It was listed as a private drive off Route 17, with no house number, just a name I didn't recognize and a note that said to leave the door open and bring the food to the kitchen. I've been delivering food for 3 years. I'm not brave, but I'm careful. I park under lights when I can. I keep my doors locked between stops. If something feels off, I trust it. That night, something felt off. The order itself was large. 2 entrees, appetizers, a family-size rice, drinks, enough for at least 3 or 4 people. The total was high, prepaid by card. At the bottom of the receipt under the authorization line, there was a string of characters that looked like a printer glitch. I almost crumpled it up and reprinted, but we were closing and my manager Dale was already counting the drawer. "Last one," he said without looking up. I told him the address sounded strange. He shrugged and said the card cleared. I plugged the location into my phone. It showed a thin gray line branching off the highway and then disappearing into a block of dark green on the map. No street view, no house image. It was just after 10. The highway was empty, and the further I drove from town, the fewer lights there were. Storefronts gave way to fields, then trees. My headlights picked up the reflective eyes of something in a ditch, and I felt that familiar tightening in my chest that comes from being the only car on a road that feels like it shouldn't be used at night. The turnoff for the private drive was easy to miss. There was no sign, just a break in the trees and a narrow strip of gravel. I slowed almost to a crawl before committing. The tires popped against loose stone as I eased in. The road was longer than I expected. It curved and dipped, and branches arched overhead like a tunnel. There were no reflectors, no mailboxes, no lights in the distance to suggest a house ahead. My phone lost service halfway down. I considered turning around. I've done it before. You can always say you couldn't find the place. Then, I saw the house. It sat at the end of the drive. 2 stories, wide and low like it had been built in the 70s, and never updated. No porch light, no lights inside at all. The windows were black rectangles. The only reason I knew I was in the right place was because the gravel widened into a clearing that felt intentional, and the front door was open, not cracked, not half shut, wide open. I stopped a good distance from the steps and left my engine running. My headlights washed over the front of the house, lighting up peeling paint and a set of wind chimes that didn't move. There was no car in the driveway, no sound from inside. I grabbed the food from the passenger seat, but left my driver's door open. I always do that when I'm unsure. It gives me a straight shot back. "Delivery," I called out as I stepped onto the porch. My voice sounded wrong in the quiet, too loud. It seemed to disappear into the dark inside the house without echo. That was when I heard it. A voice from somewhere deeper in the house, flat and calm, telling me to bring the food into the kitchen. No greeting, no apology for the darkness, just an instruction. I froze at the threshold. From where I stood, I could see a narrow hallway stretching back into the house. No lights, just darkness layered on darkness. The air that drifted out was cool and stale, like a place that hadn't been aired out in days. Every safety rule I've built for myself started flashing in my head. Don't enter a residence. Keep transactions at the door. If something feels staged, it probably is. I said I wasn't allowed to come inside. My voice sounded small. The voice from the back of the house repeated the instruction. Bring it to the kitchen. It didn't sound angry. It didn't sound impatient. It sounded certain. I took one step forward, just enough to set the food down inside the doorway. My eyes strained to adjust. The hallway floor looked scuffed, the walls bare. There were doorways on either side, all dark, and then I saw the shape. At first I thought it was a coat rack, a vertical line against the darker background. But as my headlight shifted slightly with the rumble of my idling car, the beam caught an outline, shoulders, a head, arms hanging straight down, a person standing motionless in the hallway, not approaching, not retreating, just standing there, watching. I couldn't see a face. The light didn't reach that far, but I felt the weight of being observed, measured. My body reacted before my brain did. I stepped back onto the porch. The food bag tipped over where I'd placed it, one of the drink lids popping loose and spilling onto the threshold. The voice didn't change. It told me again to bring it into the kitchen. The figure in the hallway didn't move. That stillness was what did it. If they had walked toward me, if they had waved, if they had even shifted their weight, I might have convinced myself it was normal. But they stood like a cutout. I left the food where it was and backed down the steps. Gravel crunched under my shoes. I kept my eyes on the doorway until I reached my car. The hallway was empty. I don't know if the person stepped back into one of the side rooms or if the angle changed enough that I couldn't see them anymore. I just know that 1 second there was a shape, and the next there was only black. I got in, slammed the door, and locked it. My hands shook so badly I fumbled the gear shift. As I pulled away, my headlights swept across the front of the house one last time. The door was still open. The bag of food lay on its side just inside. No one came out onto the porch. No one chased the car. The drive back down the private road felt longer. Every time my tires slid on the gravel, I imagined another vehicle blocking the exit. But the road was empty. When I hit the highway, my phone regained service and buzzed with missed notifications. None from the customer. I didn't breathe normally again until I saw the lights of town. Dale was still there when I got back, wiping down the counter. He looked annoyed until he saw my face. I told him what happened in a rush, trying to keep it factual. Open door. Dark house. Voice telling me to come inside. Someone standing in the hallway. He frowned and checked the order details on the computer. The number attached to the order went straight to a recording saying it had been disconnected. Dale tried the card company line we use for chargebacks. He was quiet for a long time, listening. Then he covered the receiver and told me the credit card had been reported stolen earlier that evening. The name on the order didn't match the card. The billing address was in another state. Dale hung up and stared at the screen. He said we'd report it and eat the cost. He told me I did the right thing by not going in. I clocked out and sat in my car for a while before driving home. My clothes smelled like fried food and cold night air. I kept replaying the image of that hallway in my head. The open door, the unmoving figure, the voice that never changed tone. I've thought about practical explanations. Maybe it was an empty house being used by someone who didn't want to show their face. Maybe they planned to grab the food and run without paying, not realizing it was prepaid. Maybe it was something worse. Someone counting on a driver to step far enough inside that the door could close behind them. What I know is simple. The order was fake. The card was stolen. The phone number was dead. The house was dark. And someone was waiting inside with the door wide open at the end of a long, unlit road. I still deliver. I still take late orders sometimes. But now, when I see a note telling me to come inside, I remember that hallway and the way the figure didn't move at all. I picture that open doorway at the end of the gravel drive, breathing out cold air into the night, as if the house itself were waiting for someone less careful than me to step across the threshold and disappear into the dark. I first noticed the car because the exhaust was drifting sideways through the floodlights, a pale ribbon sliding across the empty lot like it had somewhere to be. It was a little after 1 in the morning, the slow hour when the highway goes quiet and the coffee turns bitter on the burner. I was wiping down the counter and watching the security monitor over the cigarette rack when I saw that faint movement at the far edge of the property. Beyond Pump 4, where the gravel meets the tree line, the station sits alone off Route 16, boxed in by state forest on 3 sides. At night, it looks like an island. Bright canopy lights, glowing windows, and then nothing but black woods pressing in close. Most of our customers are truckers or locals, cutting through to the next town. Nobody parks that far out unless they're avoiding the cameras. And even then, they don't leave the engine running. At first, I told myself the driver was on the phone. Or asleep. I've seen both. I glanced at the monitor every few minutes while I restocked the cooler and ran a mop over the tile. The car didn't move, headlights off. Engine still running. No dome light, just that steady plume of exhaust, silver in the glare. By 2. It started to bother me. The rest of the lot was empty. No semis idling. No late-night regulars. The forest behind the station was a solid wall. The kind that swallows sound. When the wind shifts, you can hear branches knocking together like distant doors. That night, the air was still. The only movement came from that car. I zoomed the camera in. The image got grainy, but I could make out the shape dark sedan, older model. The driver's side window looked down. I couldn't see anyone inside. Company policy says we're supposed to check on vehicles that sit too long. Mostly it's about loitering. I let it go another 15 minutes, hoping the driver would pull away and make the decision for me. When nothing changed, I grabbed my jacket from the back room and stepped outside. The cold hit hard under the canopy lights. It was late fall, that damp kind of cold that settles into your sleeves. The hum of the overhead fixtures felt louder without traffic. As I walked across the lot, gravel crunching under my boots, I kept my eyes on the driver's seat, expecting someone to lift a hand or crack the door. The driver's door was already open. It wasn't wide, just ajar, like someone had stepped out for a second and meant to come right back. The interior light was on. The engine was still running. A low, steady vibration I could feel in my ribs when I got close. I stopped a few feet away and looked inside. No one was there. The seat was empty. On the driver's seat cushion sat a wallet and a phone, placed side by side like they'd been set down carefully. The screen of the phone was dark. The wallet was closed. I didn't see any movement in the back seat. I remember thinking how deliberate it looked. Not dropped, not forgotten, arranged. I stepped closer and leaned in, calling out a simple hello toward the tree line. My voice sounded small against the woods. No answer, no rustle, just the soft churn of the engine and the faint tick of cooling metal from somewhere under the hood. I scanned the ground around the car. The lot there is more gravel than pavement, and beyond that it turns to dirt and scrub before the trees begin. I didn't see any obvious footprints, but the surface was hard and dry. If someone had walked into the woods, they wouldn't have left much behind. I reached into the car and turned the key, cutting the engine. The sudden silence pressed in, thick and immediate. Without the motor running, I could hear the faint buzz of the canopy lights again, and farther out, something shifting in the trees. I didn't go past the edge of the lot. I'm not built for heroics, and the woods at night are a different country. I backed away, pulled the door almost closed without latching it, and went inside to call the sheriff's office. The deputy who responded was a man I'd seen before. Broad-shouldered, patient. He took in the scene without much expression. He walked around the car once, shined a flashlight inside, then asked me to show him the wallet and phone. I hadn't touched them. He nodded at that. He asked how long the car had been there. I told him the truth. I'd first noticed it a little after 1. He glanced at his watch. It was nearly 3. Another unit arrived. They checked the surrounding area with flashlights, sweeping the beams along the tree line. The light hit trunks and low branches, caught on pale bark, then dissolved into blackness a few yards in. One of them asked about cameras. I led them inside. Our system is old but reliable. 4 exterior angles, 2 inside. I pulled up the footage from earlier in the night and scrolled back to just before 1. We watched in silence as the sedan rolled into frame, slow and controlled, and parked at the far edge of the lot instead of near the doors. The driver's door opened. A man stepped out. The resolution wasn't sharp enough to give us a face, but his outline was clear. Medium build. Jacket. He stood there for a moment, the interior light glowing around him. Then he reached back into the car. When his arm came out, it was empty. He set something down on the seat. We all knew what it was without saying. Then he closed the door most of the way, leaving it cracked, and walked across the gravel toward the trees. He didn't hesitate. He didn't look around. He didn't look back. The camera caught him passing the last pool of light, and then he was swallowed by the dark beyond the pumps. There was no stumble, no sign of someone running or being chased, just a steady walk into the woods. We rewound it, watched again, same thing. The deputy asked me to burn a copy of the clip. When the system exported the file, it assigned a strange string of characters as the label, something I'd never seen before. The deputy wrote it down exactly as it appeared, like it might matter later. They called in a search before dawn. By first light, there were more cruisers in the lot than customers I'd see all week. A small team moved into the woods behind the station, spaced out in a line. Later, a larger group came with radios and bright vests. I watched from the doorway when I could, in between ringing up coffee and breakfast sandwiches for the few drivers who had no idea what was happening. 50 yards away, they searched all day. I saw them push deeper into the trees, then circle back. I heard the chop of a helicopter once, distant and brief. Someone brought in a dog. It moved in tight loops near the spot where the man had entered the woods, then strained forward, pulling its handler a short distance before losing interest. They found nothing. The wallet held a driver's license from 2 counties over. The name meant nothing to me. The phone, when powered on, showed missed calls from a contact labeled simply home. Law enforcement took both items as evidence. Over the next week, they came back more than once. They expanded the search area. Volunteers combed through brush and shallow ravines. The forest behind the station isn't endless, but it's dense enough to hide a person easily. There are old logging trails that fade into undergrowth, drainage ditches masked by leaves, stretches where the ground dips without warning. No sign of him ever turned up. No clothing, no footprints, no remains. His car was towed 2 days later. The patch of gravel where it had idled looked no different from the rest of the lot once it was gone. Customers parked there without knowing. I went back to my normal routine, stocking shelves, brewing coffee, watching the monitors. But every time a vehicle lingered too long at the edge of the property, my chest tightened. I'd find myself staring at the tree line, half expecting to see a figure step back out, brushing leaves from his jacket, apologizing for the trouble. I replayed the footage more times than I needed to. There was something about the way he walked that bothered me. Not hurried, not confused, just resolved. Like he had already decided something long before he pulled into my lot. People have asked me what I think happened. I don't offer theories anymore. The woods are vast, but they're not magical. Search teams know how to grid an area. Dogs know how to follow a scent. If he'd gotten lost or injured close by, they would have found something. What unsettles me is the order of it. The wallet placed neatly on the seat, the phone beside it. The engine left running, as if he wanted the car to be noticed quickly, as if he wanted us to know he had been there, and that he had chosen to leave everything behind. Some nights when business is slow and the air is still, I step outside and stand under the canopy lights. The brightness makes a hard border against the forest, a clean line between what we can see and what we can't. Beyond that line, the trees stand close together, their trunks pale and vertical like silent witnesses. I picture him crossing that border. One step in gravel, one step on dirt, then another, the light thinning behind him, the dark folding around his shoulders. He never looked back, not once, and the woods never gave him back. The camcorder was wedged beneath the lip of the storm drain like it had been placed there on purpose, not washed in by accident. I saw the corner of its black strap through the grate while we were killing time after school, riding our bikes in lazy circles at the end of Maple Court. The afternoon was bright and cold, the kind of winter light that makes everything look sharper than it should. Water from last night's rain still trickled along the curb, slipping through the bars and whispering over something solid below. I lay on my stomach and reached down through the gap, stretching until my sleeve soaked through. My fingers hooked the strap. It took some effort to pull it free, scraping plastic against rusted metal, but when it came loose it was heavier than I expected. An old Sony Handycam, the kind my dad used to bring to soccer games. It was scuffed but intact, the lens uncracked, the battery door sealed tight. It shouldn't have worked. It had rained hard overnight, but when I pressed the power button, a small green light blinked on. That was the hook. That was the moment I should have dropped it back into the drain and walked away. Instead, I wiped it on my hoodie and turned it toward my friends like I'd found buried treasure. We took it to Maya's house because her parents were still at work, and her living room had the biggest TV. Maple Court is a loop of nearly identical two-story houses with narrow side yards and low fences you can see over if you stand on your toes. We've all grown up staring into each other's kitchens. Nothing about our street ever felt hidden. Maya grabbed an old charging cable from a drawer, and somehow it fit. The camcorder buzzed faintly as it pulled power. There was an SD card inside. When we flipped the screen open, a thumbnail grid appeared. One video file. The timestamp was from the previous night. 11:42 p.m. We had all been home by then. A school night. I remember feeling a small thrill at that detail. It felt like we'd stumbled onto something private and strange. The way you feel when you find a lost wallet and wonder about the person in the ID. I pressed play. The footage started in darkness, then adjusted. A streetlight flared into view, haloed by moisture in the air. The camera was chest height, moving with the steady rhythm of someone walking. There was no talking, just the faint crunch of shoes on damp pavement, and the distant hum of traffic from the main road. It took me a few seconds to recognize the curve of the sidewalk. Maple Court. Our Maple Court. The cameraman was walking past the Miller's house. Their blue recycling bin lay on its side from the wind. The inflatable snowman in their yard sagged forward, half deflated, its fabric brushing the ground. I'd seen that same sad snowman when I left for school that morning. The video kept moving. We didn't speak. The only sound in Maya's living room was the camcorder's tinny playback and the heater clicking on in the hallway. The camera turned slowly, panning across the row of houses. It paused on each one for a second too long, as if measuring something. Windows glowed warm against the dark. Curtains drawn, televisions flickering inside. When the frame reached the Hendersons' place, I felt my stomach tighten. That was my house. The lens zoomed slightly. My bedroom window was on the second floor, right side. The blinds were half open because I like to look at the streetlights when I'm trying to sleep. In the footage, my window was a bright rectangle. A shadow moved across it. Me. I must have been pacing or grabbing something off my desk. The camera lingered. Then it moved on. Maya's breathing had gone shallow. She leaned closer to the screen as the footage approached her driveway. Her mom's SUV was parked crooked, just like always. The porch light was off. The cameraman crossed the street. The image dipped briefly, as if stepping off the curb, then steadied again. The perspective shifted from the middle of the road to the narrow strip of grass along Maya's front yard. I could see the texture of the brick on her house, the small crack near the bottom of the window where we'd once chipped it with a baseball. The camera edged toward the side of the house. There was a faint rustle, like fabric brushing against siding. The lens angled upward and stopped inches from the living room window. We were sitting in that exact room. In the footage, the curtains were open. The timestamp read 11:58 p.m. Inside, the TV was on. Maya was asleep on the couch, a blanket pulled to her chin. Her little brother lay on the floor with a controller still in his hand. The cameraman adjusted focus. The image sharpened. He was filming through the glass. My throat felt tight. I remember thinking how easily that could have been any of us. How normal the scene looked from outside. How exposed. The video continued for another minute. The lens shifted slightly left, capturing the edge of the hallway. It held steady there as if waiting for someone to walk past. Then the image jolted violently. The frame swung toward the ground. There was a muffled curse too distorted to make out, and the picture tumbled into darkness. For a second, I saw a blur of concrete and metal bars. The storm drain. The screen went black, then returned to the playback menu. No one moved. I checked the timestamp again. 12:07 a.m., the previous night. Less than 12 hours before I'd reached down and pulled the camcorder out. My mind started connecting pieces without asking permission. Whoever filmed this had been standing outside Maya's window. They had dropped the camera near the curb. They hadn't come back for it yet, which meant they either didn't realize they'd lost it, or they were planning to. Maya's older brother came home first. We told him what we'd found in a rush, stepping over each other's words. He didn't laugh. He didn't tell us we were overreacting. He watched the video himself, jaw tight, then called their mom. She called the police. While we waited, I replayed the last few seconds. I paused on the frame just before it went dark. The image was tilted, but in the reflection of the drain water I could see something faint and distorted. The lower half of a face, pale skin, no beard, a thin mouth pulled tight. On the camcorder's information screen, beneath the file name there was a strange reference string embedded in the metadata. Something that looked like it had been auto-generated by whatever software last handled it. I didn't know what it meant. It felt impersonal and clinical, like a label on evidence that already belonged to someone else. The police arrived before sunset. 2 patrol cars. They took the camcorder in a clear bag and asked us to walk them through everything. One officer checked the drain with a flashlight. Another circled the house, scanning the yard and the fence line. They found footprints in the soft dirt near the side of the house. Deep heel marks, pointing toward the window, not away from it. That night came faster than usual that evening. The sky turned the color of wet asphalt, and every porch light on Maple Court snapped on almost in unison. Maya's parents kept all the lights blazing inside. My dad came to pick me up, his face set in a way I'd never seen before. At home, he checked every window lock twice. He pulled the curtains fully closed in my room for the first time in years. I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, replaying the footage in my head. The steady approach, the zoom, the patience. Around 10:30 my phone buzzed. A text from Maya's brother. 2 words. He's back. My heart kicked hard against my ribs. I called him instead of texting. He whispered that someone had been standing across the street, near the bend in the road, just outside the reach of the streetlight. A figure in a dark jacket, hands in pockets, facing their house. The patrol car that had been parked at the entrance to our loop rolled forward with its headlights off. I went to my window before I could stop myself. My dad shouted from downstairs telling me to stay away from the glass. I didn't listen. From the slit between the curtains I could see the curve of Maple Court. The patrol car moved slowly, silent. The figure was still there. Not running, not hiding, waiting. The spotlight snapped on. The figure bolted. Everything after that felt fragmented and sharp. The officer shouting. The slam of a car door somewhere down the street. Running footsteps. A thud. Another shout. I couldn't breathe. The chase lasted less than a minute. It felt longer. They tackled him near the Hendersons' mailbox. He went down hard. Hands finally visible. Empty. Short sentences. Commands. The metallic click of handcuffs. That was it. Later, we learned he lived 3 streets over. 19 years old. No record. The police found more footage on his laptop, all from our neighborhood. Hours of it. Windows, driveways, people through glass. He told them he liked to watch. The camcorder had slipped from his hand when he crouched near the drain, startled by a passing car. He hadn't dared to come back for it during the day. He'd returned that night to see if it was still there. Instead, he found patrol lights. They increased police presence on Maple Court for a week. Parents formed a group chat. Curtains stayed closed longer than usual. For a while, every shadow felt intentional. It's been months now, and the street looks the same. The snowman is gone. The recycling bins stand upright. Kids ride bikes in slow circles again. But sometimes when I pass that storm drain, I slow down without meaning to. I glance at the narrow gap between the bars, half expecting to see another strap caught beneath the lip, another green light blinking patiently in the dark. At night, I don't leave my blinds half open anymore. I don't like the idea of a rectangle of light advertising exactly where I am. When I turn off my lamp, I imagine how the house must look from the curb. Quiet, sealed, ordinary, and I think about how ordinary it looked on that screen from just a few feet away while someone stood outside holding a camera, watching. I noticed the hole while I was lining up my backpack against the wall to keep it off the stained carpet. It was small and perfectly round, no wider than a pencil, drilled through the thin partition beside the bed. The paint around it was chipped in a neat circle, like someone had worried it with a knife. I crouched and leaned closer, expecting to see darkness or insulation. Instead, I saw a faint wash of yellow light on the other side, steady and warm as if there were a lamp on in the next room. I traveled cheap on purpose. I booked the lowest listing, read the worst reviews, and assume half of them are exaggerations. The hostel was exactly what I expected. Narrow hallways, mismatched lockers, a front desk built from plywood and optimism. My room was private but barely. The walls were thin enough that I could hear someone cough 3 rooms down. The mattress sagged in the middle. The window didn't close all the way, and the street noise leaked in with the smell of fried food from the place downstairs. The hole wasn't part of that usual neglect. It was precise, intentional. I stood up and pressed my thumb over it. The light disappeared. When I pulled my thumb away, it returned. I told myself it was a leftover from an old cable line or some forgotten fixture. Maybe the adjacent room was another guest room, and someone had drilled through by mistake. I almost laughed at that. No one drills through a wall by mistake. It was late. My phone said 1:17 a.m. I'd been on a bus all day and my eyes felt grainy. I turned off the lamp, crawled into bed, and faced the opposite wall so I wouldn't keep staring at the hole. A few minutes passed. The building settled with soft knocks and ticks. Pipes clanged somewhere above me. I rolled over to spite myself. There was an eye in the hole. It took my brain a second to understand what I was seeing. The circle wasn't black anymore. It was filled. A wet shine. A curved sliver of white. The reflection of my own dark room and a pupil that adjusted as I watched. I didn't move at first. I thought if I stayed still, maybe it would blink and I would realize it was something else. A knot in the wood. A trick of light. It blinked. The eyelid slid down slowly and rose again. The iris shifted, focusing on me. I sat up so fast the bed frame squealed. The eye jerked back. The hole went dark. I crossed the room in 3 steps and pressed my face to the wall. I could smell old paint and dust. I could hear breathing. Not loud, not theatrical, just the faint, controlled inhale of someone trying not to be heard. "Hey," I said, and my voice sounded thin in the cramped room. No answer, just silence, thick and waiting. I grabbed my shoe and slammed the heel against the wall beside the hole. The sound cracked through the partition. I heard a quick shuffle on the other side, something brushing against wood, then a dull thud as if someone had bumped into a shelf. I backed away, heart hammering, and turned on the light. The hole looked harmless again, a stupid dot in peeling paint. I went straight downstairs to the front desk. The night manager was a heavy-set guy in a hoodie, scrolling on his phone with the volume low. He looked annoyed before I even spoke. I told him there was someone in the next room watching me through a hole in the wall. I kept my voice steady. I described the eye, the breathing, the movement. He frowned and said the room next to mine wasn't a room. It was a storage closet, locked. No guests. He said it like that settled it. I insisted he come upstairs. We walked back down the narrow hallway together. The carpet was threadbare, and the ceiling lights hummed. He stopped outside my room and gestured for me to open it. The hole was still there. The light on the other side glowed faintly. He went pale. The door to the adjacent space was at the end of the hall. It was unmarked, painted the same dull color as the walls. He unlocked it with a key from a ring on his belt and pushed it open. The room was barely large enough to stand in. Metal shelves lined the walls, stacked with extra bedding and cleaning supplies. There was no lamp, no outlet in use. No sign of anyone, but on the far wall at about eye level was a matching hole. The manager stepped closer and swore under his breath. The shelves had been shifted slightly away from the wall, just enough to allow a narrow gap. The dust on the floor was disturbed. There were scuff marks that hadn't been there long. He insisted he'd never noticed. Said no one should have access to that space except staff. I pointed out the gap between the shelves and the wall. I showed him how someone could stand there, press their face close, and look directly into my bed. He called the police. They arrived within 20 minutes. 2 officers, tired but alert. They listened to both of us and then began checking the closet more carefully. One of them ran a flashlight along the baseboards and stopped. There was a seam in the back wall, faint but straight. He pushed against it, and a section of paneling shifted inward with a soft scrape. Behind it was darkness. And the flashlight beam cut into a narrow crawl space, just high enough for someone to move on hands and knees. The air that drifted out smelled stale, like old fabric and trapped heat. The officers went in first. I stayed in the hallway with the manager, who had gone silent. From where I stood, I could hear the officers moving carefully, their knees thudding softly against wood. The beam of light flickered through gaps as they advanced. Then one of them called out. There were more holes. The crawl space ran along the backs of several rooms on that side of the hall. At intervals, someone had drilled clean, deliberate openings through the drywall, each one positioned at about the height of a bed or desk, each one offering a perfect view into what guests assumed was privacy. A few minutes later, they found the living area. It was wedged between 2 support beams where the crawl space widened slightly. There was a thin mattress on the floor, a pile of blankets, empty water bottles, protein bar wrappers, a battery-powered lantern, a small portable fan, a notebook. No person. The space was warm, as if someone had been there recently. The mattress was indented. The lantern was still faintly warm to the touch. The officers searched the entire building after that. They checked the attic, the basement, the fire escapes. They questioned the other guests, most of whom were half asleep and confused. No one admitted to seeing anything unusual. I watched them bag the notebook as evidence. On the top of the incident report later, the desk sergeant stamped a reference code that looked impersonal and clinical. It reduced what had happened to a line in a system. The notebook, I was told, contained dates and room numbers, short descriptions, notes about when occupants left and returned. Nothing explicit, nothing dramatic, just observations, patterns, habits. Someone had been living inside the walls of that hostel, moving through the crawl space at night, watching strangers through holes no wider than a coin. They never found him. There were no fingerprints they could use. The building was old and porous, touched by too many hands over too many years. The back exit alarm had been broken for months, according to the manager. It would have been easy to slip out into the alley during the confusion. I moved to a different hotel the next morning. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. I sat in the plastic chair by the door with the light on, staring at the patched circle in the wall where maintenance had hastily filled the hole with spackle. The white compound was still damp, brighter than the surrounding paint. Every small sound made me flinch. A pipe ticking, a door closing down the hall, footsteps on the stairs. I kept thinking about how long he had been there, how many people had undressed, argued on the phone, cried quietly into pillows, completely unaware of the eye inches away. How many times he had stood in that narrow gap, breath-controlled, watching. I used to joke that budget travel meant accepting a certain level of discomfort. Thin walls, questionable locks, shared bathrooms. I never considered the walls themselves might be occupied. Weeks later, back home, I still catch myself scanning hotel rooms the moment I walk in. I check smoke detectors. I check vents. I run my fingers along walls, looking for circles that don't belong. I tell myself it's just being observant, the way I've always been. But sometimes when I turn off the lights and lie down in a new room, I can feel that old awareness creeping up my spine. The memory of that perfect round hole, the wet shine of a pupil adjusting to the dark, and I can't shake the certainty that for at least one night, in a place I thought was cheap but secure. I wasn't alone. I was studied, measured, memorized, watched. I was tightening the trucks on my skateboard when I noticed the window again. A square of black glass 3 floors up in the abandoned textile building across the street. Every other pane reflected the orange wash of the street lights, but that one swallowed the light whole. People in the neighborhood called it the damned window, like it had earned the name through repetition alone. I'd spent the last week skating past it after dark, pretending I wasn't looking, feeling that tug in my chest that usually meant I was about to do something stupid. By the time my boyfriend and I ducked under the sagging chain at the side entrance, the city had thinned to distant traffic and the hum of power lines. The air was damp and metallic, the kind that carried sound farther than it should. A faded no trespassing sign hung crooked on the brick, tapping softly against the wall in the wind. I told myself we were just going in to find the angle of that window from the inside, to prove it was only dirty glass and shadow. I've always been the one who rolls toward the stair set. Everyone else avoids. Curiosity feels like momentum to me. Inside, the building smelled like wet plaster and old oil. Moonlight slipped through broken panes and laid pale bars across the concrete floor. Pigeons rustled somewhere high in the rafters. My wheels clicked against loose gravel as I carried my board by the nose, the sound too loud in the open space. The lobby had been stripped to brick and beams. Someone had spray-painted a long looping tag across the far wall, and beneath it, in smaller characters that looked almost like a broken link, was a strange stencil. Countdown. It made me think of bored kids with too much time and a ladder. We found the stairwell by the smell of mildew, and the way the darkness pulled thicker in that corner. The first flight groaned under our weight. I counted the floors without meaning to. Not numbers exactly, just the rhythm of landings and turns. The building felt hollowed out like a rib cage with nothing inside. Every scuff of my shoe came back to me a half-second later from somewhere above. On the second floor, we stepped into a corridor lined with doorways that opened into empty rooms. The wind moved through them and made a low, steady breath. I tried to match the outside view in my head, picturing the black window and the way it sat slightly off-center. We drifted toward the side facing the street. That's when I heard it for the first time. A soft thud from above us, followed by a scrape that traveled a few feet and stopped. We froze at the same moment. The building settled around us. I told myself it was a loose board shifting, or a pigeon knocking something over. Then it came again, more distinct. Footsteps. Quick, light, deliberate. They crossed overhead from left to right, paused, and then there was a dragging sound, like something heavy being pulled across concrete. My chest tightened in a way that had nothing to do with exercise. We were supposed to be alone. The legend of the window wasn't elaborate, just stories about people who'd stared up at it too long and felt watched, about a silhouette that sometimes stood behind the glass. I'd rolled my eyes at that part. Standing in that corridor, though, with the sound moving above us in the dark, my brain began to connect dots that weren't there. We edged back into the stairwell and looked up the center shaft. The higher flights were swallowed in shadow. Another footstep rang out, closer to the stairwell now. A quick patter, then silence. I felt exposed holding my board, like it marked me as a trespasser in a place that didn't want witnesses. We started up to the 3rd floor, because turning back felt like admitting we'd scared ourselves. The air grew colder as we climbed. Halfway up, something hit the floor above with a flat crack. Dust sifted down through the open center of the stairwell. I imagined a door slamming on its own. I imagined worse. My senses sharpened until every draft felt intentional. The 3rd floor corridor mirrored the one below, but narrower. The windows boarded in patches. The city glowed through gaps in the wood. At the far end, I saw it, the damned window from the inside. The glass was intact, darker than the others, filmed over with grime that turned the streetlights into smeared halos. Up close, it looked ordinary. Just another pane neglected long enough to become a mirror. A footstep landed behind us. It wasn't loud. It didn't need to be. It was the kind of sound that belonged to a sneaker on concrete, quick and controlled. I spun around. The corridor was empty. The doorways gaped like missing teeth. My heartbeat thudded in my ears so hard it drowned out the wind. Then came the dragging again, right above our heads this time, followed by a rapid sequence of steps that traveled the length of the ceiling. It felt purposeful, like someone pacing us from the floor above. I pictured a figure keeping time with our movements, matching our path. We moved back toward the stairwell, faster now. The steps above matched our pace. When we descended one flight, the footsteps descended too, circling the open center shaft. I could hear rubber soles scuffing, a muted laugh that I told myself was just air squeezing through pipes. Panic doesn't arrive as a scream. It arrives as a decision already made. We didn't discuss leaving. We just ran. Our shoes slapped against the stairs. The building answered with echoes that multiplied our noise until it sounded like a crowd. Something scraped hard overhead, then a rapid drumming of steps. I imagined hands on the railing above, someone leaning over to watch us flee. We burst onto the second floor. The corridor seemed longer than before. A shape shifted at the far end, only a shadow bending with the wind through a broken board. But in that moment, it was a body. The dragging came again, louder, accompanied by a sharp thud that made me flinch sideways into the wall. We cut through the nearest room instead of the hall. Glass crunched underfoot. The room smelled of rain and rust. Another impact sounded from somewhere close, followed by the unmistakable rhythm of running. Not heavy boots. Light, agile. The window ahead was missing its lower pane. Without slowing, we climbed through. Cold air hit my face. My palms scraped the sill. I dropped to the patchy grass outside and stumbled, catching myself with the board. He landed beside me a second later. For a heartbeat, the world held still. Then we heard it clearly. Laughter. It spilled from above us, bright and unafraid. We looked up. On the roofline, silhouetted against the night sky, a group of teenagers stood outlined by the glow of their phones. One of them sprinted toward the edge and vaulted a low structure with practiced ease. Another dragged what looked like a loose sheet of metal across the roof, letting it screech. A third cupped his hands around his mouth and let out a theatrical howl before doubling over in laughter. They weren't ghosts. They were kids doing parkour on a Saturday night, using the hollow belly of the building as an amplifier. Our footsteps had cued theirs. Our panic had probably made it better. One of them pointed down at us and mimed a dramatic shiver. Another gave a mock bow. The sheet of metal scraped again, deliberately this time recreating the sound that had chased us down the stairs. The realization drained through me so fast, my knees felt weak. Every ominous footstep had been a sneaker. Every dragging sound had been a prop. The pacing above us had been kids tracking our position by echo, turning our curiosity into their entertainment. We stood there in the weeds, breathing hard, while they resumed their runs along the roof, leaping gaps and landing with controlled thuds that echoed into the night. From outside, the damned window looked exactly as it had before. Dark, flat, and different. Nothing had ever stood behind it except our own expectation. I slung my board under my arm and stepped back toward the sidewalk. The building loomed the same way it always had, brick face blank and patient. Up on the roof, the teenagers' silhouettes flickered as they moved, laughing, dragging metal, turning an empty place into a stage. The black window reflected a slice of moonlight now, no longer swallowing it, just holding it like any other piece of glass in the city. And I couldn't help staring at it one last time as their shadows crossed in front of it and dissolved into the dark. My sister hasn't said a word in 9 years, and every night I still hear the closet door in that house closing. Holly lives in a care facility 20 minutes from my apartment. The staff keep her room simple. A bed, a vinyl chair, a narrow dresser bolted to the wall. There's a small closet for her clothes, the door always propped open with a rubber wedge. They learned that the hard way. The first week she was there, someone shut it by accident and she stopped eating for 2 days. Now the door stays open. Even so, her eyes drift toward it as if she's waiting for it to finish something. It started, she was 16 when we went into the Avery house. I was 17 and stupid enough to think being her older brother meant I could control what happened to her. The Avery place sat at the end of Maple Court, a 2-story colonial sinking into its own foundation. The yard was a tangle of waist-high weeds and collapsed fencing. Boards covered most of the windows, but not well. The locals called it the house that keeps one, like it was a stray dog that sometimes decided to hold on. Kids said a boy disappeared there in the 80s. Adults said that was gossip layered over a custody dispute. No one could point to a police report. There was no proof of anything except rot and bad wiring. On a damp Friday night in October, Holly's friends dared each other to go inside. It had rained earlier, and the siding was dark with moisture. The porch sagged in the middle. Logan brought a flashlight. Brianna filmed on her phone. I came because Holly looked at me across the kitchen table and said she was going, and I knew she would, whether I went or not. We got in through the back door. The lock plate was split from old force, and the door opened with a push that sounded like a cough. The air inside was sour and cold. Wet plaster, old wood, something animal. Our shoes left prints in the dust that softened toward the center of the rooms, where rain had found its way through the ceiling. The layout was simple. A living room with a collapsed sofa, a dining room with a long table scarred by water rings, a hallway leading to a bathroom, and a small study. At the end of that hallway was a narrow door, with a rusted slide bolt fixed on the outside. I remember it clearly because Logan made a show of scraping the bolt back and forth to prove it still worked. It stuck halfway, and he laughed and shoved it closed again, sealing the door. We didn't open that room. The bolt made it feel like something you didn't test. Upstairs, there were 3 bedrooms and a linen closet at the top of the stairs. The closet door hung slightly ajar, its knob missing, the latch exposed. The ceiling above it sagged like a bruise. Brianna said the rule was simple. If you were brave, you stepped inside the closet and shut the door for a minute, just to prove the house didn't scare you. Holly rolled her eyes at that. She'd always been the calm one. Even as a kid, she'd stand at the edge of the lake and wade in first, testing the bottom with her toes. I told her we could go home. She shrugged and stepped forward before I could reach for her sleeve. She pulled the closet door closed from the inside. The latch clicked. We could see a thin line of light at the bottom where the boards upstairs didn't meet flush. Logan started a timer on his phone. I stood close enough to feel the air shift when the house settled. The hallway seemed narrower with the door shut. The beam of the flashlight cut across peeling wallpaper and a framed picture that had fallen face down. At 30 seconds, someone knocked on the door and told her to make a noise. There was no answer. At 1 minute, Logan said time was up and tried the knob. It turned too easily. The door swung open. The closet was empty. There were no shelves inside, no hanging rod, just 4 bare walls and a warped floor. The back wall was solid plaster. I ran my hand over it. It was cold and unbroken. I said she must have slipped past us. We all turned, half expecting to see her at the end of the hall grinning. She wasn't there. We checked the bedrooms first, then the bathroom. We moved faster than we should have on a floor that felt soft in places. We called her name once, then again, louder. Our voices were swallowed by the house. I remember looking at my watch, because it was something steady to focus on. 5 minutes had passed. It felt longer. We split up without saying it out loud. Logan and I took the stairs 2 at a time. Brianna and Marcus stayed upstairs, searching under beds and inside the closet again, as if she might reappear if they looked from a different angle. Downstairs, the air was heavier. I checked the living room, then the dining room. Logan went toward the study and the bolted door at the end of the hall. He called my name once. Sharp and flat, the slide bolt was still in place. I saw it before he touched it. The rusted metal tongue sat fully extended into its bracket. The door itself was old but intact. No gaps, no broken panels, no space wide enough for a hand. Then we heard something from inside. It wasn't a knock. It was a soft dragging sound, like fabric pulled across wood. Logan slid the bolt back. It resisted, then gave way with a scrape that vibrated through the hallway. He opened the door. The room was small and square. A single boarded window let in a seam of streetlight. The air inside was colder than the hall. Holly sat on the floor against the far wall, her legs straight out in front of her hands resting on her thighs. Her eyes were open. She was looking at the door. I crossed the room in 3 steps and knelt in front of her. I said her name. I touched her shoulders. Her skin was cool but not damp. There was dust on the back of her sweater, as if she'd leaned there a long time. She didn't blink when I waved my hand in front of her face. Upstairs, Brianna started screaming that she'd found us. The others crowded the doorway. No one said what we were all thinking, that there was no way for Holly to have gotten into that room without one of us moving the bolt. I checked the window. The boards were nailed from the inside. The nails were old and swollen in place. There was no second door, no visible crawl space. The walls were solid. 10 minutes. That's what Logan's timer showed when he held his phone up with a shaking hand. 10 minutes since she'd stepped into the closet. We carried her out between us. Her body moved when we moved it, but she didn't help. She didn't resist. On the porch, under the weak glow of the street lamp, she looked like someone waiting for a cue she hadn't been given. The police came. So did our parents. The house was searched that night and again the next day. Officers measured the rooms. They photographed the bolt. They pried at baseboards and tapped on walls. They found nothing except mold and rodent droppings. There were no hidden passages, no footprints beyond our own, no evidence of anyone else inside. At the hospital, doctors ran tests, concussion protocols, toxicology screens, neurological exams. They said the word catatonic in careful tones, like it might break if spoken too loudly. They asked if she'd taken anything, if she'd been under stress, if something had frightened her. I told them what happened. I told them about the closet and the bolt and the sound from inside the room. I watched their faces settle into polite disbelief. Months later, when the insurance company demanded documentation, I read through the official incident summary. It reduced that night to a paragraph. Minor trespassing, no signs of foul play. Subject found in altered mental state. At the bottom of the photocopy was a string of characters I didn't recognize, printed like a stamp as if the system itself needed to tag what it couldn't explain. Holly never spoke again. She learned to eat when prompted. She could stand and walk if guided. Sometimes she would sit by a window for hours, tracking something beyond the glass. When I asked her to squeeze my hand, she did, but there was no pressure behind it. It felt reflexive, like tapping a knee with a rubber hammer. The Avery house was torn down 3 years after it happened. A developer bought the lot and built a pale blue duplex. I drove past the day the excavator chewed into the front wall. The structure folded inward easily as if it had been waiting for permission. There was nothing inside but studs and insulation in the shallow square of the room where we'd found her. People still say the house claimed her. They say it like a joke at first, then like a warning. I don't repeat it. I don't correct them either. What I know is simpler and worse. My sister stepped into a closet in a broken house for a dare. For 10 minutes, she was somewhere I could not reach. When we found her, a door that had been bolted from the outside was the only thing between us and her silence. Now, when I sit in her room at night, I watch her eyes drift toward the open closet. The rubber wedge keeps the door from closing, but sometimes the building settles and it shifts a fraction of an inch. The hinge makes a faint click. Holly's gaze sharpens, just for a second, as if she recognizes the sound of something finishing its swing. I lean forward and put my hand against the door to keep it open, and I imagine that narrow upstairs hallway, and the thin line of light under the closet door, and the scrape of metal sliding back on a bolt that no one touched. At 2:17 a.m., the scrape came through the ceiling speakers like a shovel dragged across concrete. It was low and steady, not the quick rattle of a cart or the hollow knock of ductwork. It had weight to it. I was alone in the security office, halfway through a mug of burnt coffee, watching a grid of empty galleries when the sound carried again, longer this time, traveling from left to right as if something heavy was being pulled across the floor of the East Antiquities wing. I have worked night security for 12 years. I know the building's language. Air handlers thump on in cycles. Old pipes tick when they cool. The freight elevator hums before it settles. This was none of that. This was friction. I swung my chair toward the monitor bank and pulled up camera E4, the Egyptian gallery. The room was still and brightly lit under the conservation lamps. Glass cases stood in rows. The large stone sarcophagus at the center of the room rested in its steel cradle, exactly where it had been at the start of my shift. No one was inside. The motion overlay showed no active zones. Then the sensor panel chirped. Zone 41, East Corridor. A second later, Zone 42, then 43. They were tripping in sequence, moving toward the Egyptian gallery. The cameras tied to those zones showed empty hallway, no shadow crossing the polished floor, no reflection in the glass. I leaned closer to the screens. The dragging sound came again, faint but distinct, and the hair along my arms lifted. The motion sensors were infrared and pressure calibrated. We tested them monthly. They did not trigger for drafts or insects. They required mass. I radioed a status check to the building channel and received only the hiss of open air. The cleaning crew had left at midnight. The museum was locked. Alarms set on all exterior doors. My job was to investigate anomalies, not to explain them from a chair. I clipped the ring of keys to my belt, checked the sidearm we were issued but rarely touched, and stepped into the corridor. The building felt different outside the office, the way it always does at night, larger, quieter, like it is holding its breath. The east corridor lights were dimmed to conservation levels. The polished floor reflected my boots in long, pale streaks. Zone 44 tripped as I walked, then cleared. I paused outside the Egyptian gallery and listened. Silence. No scrape. No hum beyond the steady push of climate control. The access reader blinked green when I swiped my badge. The door seal released with a soft click. The room was cold and dry, held at a constant humidity for the artifacts. My flashlight beam cut across glass and stone. Everything appeared undisturbed at first glance. The sarcophagus sat under its overhead fixture, lid sealed, its carved surface the color of old ash. Then I saw the floor. The sarcophagus had been positioned with exact measurements when it arrived 6 months earlier. I had stood by during installation. The cradle was marked on the floor with discrete tape guides for reference. Now the front left corner of the cradle sat well beyond its mark. I paced it once, heel to toe, and estimated 3 feet forward and slightly to the right. The steel cradle had left faint tracks in the floor's protective wax, 2 pale arcs where weight had shifted. The sarcophagus itself weighed more than a compact car. It took a pallet jack and 4 men to nudge it into place the first time. There were no wheels on the cradle, no visible pry marks. I circled it slowly. Light steady, breath measured. The gallery smelled faintly of damp earth. That was wrong. This wing was filtered and dry. Behind the sarcophagus, on the polished floor, I found the first footprint. It was dark and wet, the tread undefined, more like the impression of a bare sole pressed into thin mud. The heel was clear, 5 toe shapes blurred at the edges. The print faced away from the sarcophagus, angled toward the north wall. I crouched and held the light close. The moisture had not yet evaporated. I could see a thin crescent of water pooling in the shallow texture of the floor sealant. I did not touch it. Another print lay 2 feet ahead, then another, a line of them evenly spaced, leading from the sarcophagus toward the wall, where a large mural described the excavation site where the artifact had been recovered. The prints were adult-sized. They were not mine. They stopped a foot from the wall. No smear upward. No scuff as if someone had pivoted. No continuation along the baseboard. Just the last dark impression, and then clean glossy floor. I stood there longer than I should have, listening to the air system breathe. The wall was solid plaster over concrete. There was no door, no seam. The mural panel was bolted in place. I checked the edges with my fingers. The radio on my shoulder crackled with a routine system ping. I reported an interior disturbance, and requested that the alarm logs be preserved. My voice sounded steady in my own ears. I completed a sweep of the rest of the wing. No broken glass, no forced entries. All exterior doors showed secure on the panel. The roof access hatch alarm was green. I returned to the gallery and took photographs with a department camera, careful not to step near the prints. I measured the displacement of the cradle against the tape guides and logged it in my notebook. Back in the security office, I rewound the footage from camera E4 to 10 minutes before the first sensor alert. The gallery sat empty under white light. The sarcophagus was centered in its marks. The timestamp rolled forward in quiet increments. 2:14, 2:15, at 2:16:38, the image shuddered once, as if the camera had adjusted focus. There was no one in frame. The sarcophagus moved. It did not tip or fall. It slid, slow at first, a fraction of an inch, then another. The cradle legs scraped across the floor, leaving pale arcs that matched what I had seen in person. The movement continued for several seconds, steady and deliberate, until the cradle settled 3 feet from its original position. No figure pushed it. No shadow crossed the floor. The glass cases did not rattle. The overhead lights did not flicker. The motion sensors began to trigger in sequence a moment later. Though nothing visible crossed the frame, I watched it again and again. On a second camera angle mounted higher near the ceiling, the perspective showed more of the surrounding floor. The same thing happened. The sarcophagus shifted across empty space. I felt a pressure at the base of my skull, a dull ache that comes when something refuses to fit into the shape of what you know. Buildings settle, foundations shift, but not like that, not sideways, clean and measured across a level floor. I checked the seismic monitor we kept for insurance purposes. No tremors recorded. I checked the HV psych logs. No pressure spikes. I zoomed into the frame and advanced it one click at a time. There was no distortion around the base of the sarcophagus. No blur to suggest tampering with the feed. At 2:17:12, just at the bottom edge of the frame, something darkened the floor behind the sarcophagus. A footprint appeared. It formed gradually, as if moisture were seeping up from beneath the sealant. The shape clarified over 2 seconds into the outline I had seen in the gallery. Then another print materialized ahead of it, and another. They did not splash or strike. They simply became visible, one after the other, leading away from the stone box. The last print stopped where I had found it. The wall remained blank and undisturbed. I sat back from the monitors. My hands were flat on the desk. I became aware of the hum of the fluorescent light above me and the faint tick of the wall clock. It was 3:02 a.m. I burned the relevant footage to a secure drive and flagged it in the incident system. I typed a detailed report while the images were fresh, describing the sound, the sensor sequence, the displacement measurement, the prints, and the review of the video. I avoided adjectives. I kept to what could be observed. I still have that write-up saved as a plain text file on my old laptop, unchanged since that night. By the time the first administrative staff arrived at 7:30, the prints had dried to faint outlines. Facilities roped off the gallery. A conservator examined the sarcophagus for cracks. There were none. The cradle showed no structural failure. The floor beneath it was level when checked with a laser. I sat in a small conference room with the operations director and replayed the footage on a larger screen. In daylight, with coffee and fluorescent panels buzzing overhead, the movement looked even cleaner. There was no cinematic distortion, no convenient shadow. They asked if I had entered the gallery before reviewing the video. I said yes. They asked if I had touched the sarcophagus. I said no. They asked if anyone else had access overnight. I explained the alarm logs and the secured doors. No one used the word impossible. They used phrases like equipment malfunction and undetermined mechanical shift. They said the museum would conduct an internal review. I went home after my shift and did not sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the sarcophagus sliding across polished floor without a hand on it. The next afternoon, I returned to the museum and handed in my badge and keys. I told them I was resigning for personal reasons. That was true in a way. My job had always depended on the belief that cameras show what is there. and sensors trigger when something passes through them. I could not stand in that office again and trust what I was seeing. They repositioned the sarcophagus eventually. I know because I drove past the museum a week later and saw the East Wing lights on after hours. I did not go inside. What stays with me is not the movement. It is the line of wet prints leading to a solid wall, and ending as if the person who made them had stepped forward and simply failed to arrive. When I think about that room now, I see the last dark impression on the floor, toes pointed at painted plaster, and nothing beyond it. I found the map in the split belly of a cedar, tucked so deep into the hollow that my fingers came back slick with old sap and rot before they brushed paper. I had stepped off the faint game trail to filter water from a seep, and the tree stood there like a post marking nothing. The bark was furred with moss, the opening black and dry despite the damp air. I reached in because that's what I do when something doesn't fit. I've spent years walking alone in backcountry where most people won't overnight, and curiosity has kept me alive as often as caution has. The paper was folded into a tight square, edges soft as cloth. It wasn't modern trail trash. The lines were drawn by hand and pencil, contours sketched with a patience that felt obsessive. There were creeks and ridges I recognized from my USGS quad, but they were warped, as if seen through heat. In one corner, stamped faintly in ink that had bled into the fibers, was a string of symbols I didn't understand. It looked like a printer's registration mark, out of place on something so otherwise human. I sat on my heels and compared it to my map. I was on day 3 of a 5-day loop through a dense section of wilderness that doesn't see much traffic. Late afternoon light filtered green through the canopy, and the forest held that wet metallic smell that comes before evening. According to the official chart, there were no clearings within miles, just tight contour lines and intermittent blue threads of water. The hand-drawn map showed a small open circle beyond a low saddle to the west, marked by a dot at its center. No legend, no name. I should have left it there. I tell myself that now with the calm of distance. But I was less than a mile from the saddle, and I had time before dusk. An unmarked clearing can mean a meadow, and a meadow can mean dry ground and a better view. I folded the paper along its creases and slipped it into the zippered chest pocket of my shirt. I took a bearing and headed off trail. The woods thickened as I climbed. The understory was a weave of vine maple and young fir, their branches springing back against my legs. My pack caught on twigs. The air felt heavier, as if the trees were packed closer than they had any right to be. I moved carefully, checking my compass against the hand-drawn ridgeline. The saddle came up gradual and unremarkable, just a soft dip between two rises. On the far side, the forest floor changed. The ground cover thinned. The usual scatter of fallen limbs was gone. The clearing appeared without warning, a clean oval cut out of the chaos. It wasn't large, maybe 30 yards across, but it was deliberate. The boundary was too neat, the tree trunks along its edge too evenly spaced, as if someone had chosen which to keep and which to remove. The late sun slanted in and lit the center like a stage. There was a stone there, not a boulder dropped by chance, but a slab set flat on 3 smaller rocks, waist high and level. A stone altar is the only phrase that fits, though I hesitate to use it. The surface had been cleared of lichen and dirt, scrubbed down to a pale gray. Arranged on top was a spiral of personal items, each piece placed with care so that the curve tightened toward the center. I stepped closer without meaning to. At the outer edge lay a pair of wire-rimmed glasses, lenses smudged but unbroken. Next to them, a stainless steel watch with a cracked face frozen at some anonymous minute. There were rings, some gold, some silver, a thin chain with a small pendant, a leather wallet empty of cash but still holding a driver's license that had been weathered beyond legibility. The spiral wound inward with bracelets and pocket knives, and a compass that looked older than mine. Nothing was smashed, nothing was dirty. The arrangement was precise, the spacing consistent, as if measured by eye, and adjusted until it satisfied someone's private standard. I didn't touch anything. I've come across old camps, forgotten gear, even a wrecked hunting blind miles from a road, Those feel accidental. This did not. The clearing held a silence that wasn't natural. No insects skimmed the air. No birds shifted in the branches. The forest watched its own absence. The first click sounded like a pebble tapped against wood, sharp, hollow. I turned toward the trail line behind me. Nothing moved. The second click came from my left. The same tone, the same spacing. Then another to my right. Not loud, not frantic, rhythmic, deliberate. I stood still and listened. The clicks continued, one at a time, circling the clearing. They were not woodpeckers, I know that staccato rattle. These were singular, spaced evenly, as if made by something testing a surface. I scanned the understory, looking for the flick of a tail, the bend of a branch. The light had shifted lower, and the shadows at the edge of the clearing had deepened into a continuous band. The clicking moved closer. I felt it more than heard it, a small vibration in the air that made my teeth ache. I told myself it could be branches knocking together in a breeze I couldn't feel. But the leaves above me were still. The spiral of objects on the stone seemed to draw my eye inward, toward its center, toward a small empty space no larger than a fist. Another click sounded directly behind me, just beyond the line where the grass gave way to brush. I backed away from the stone, careful not to disturb the pattern. The clicking paused, then resumed, now matching my movement, shifting to stay opposite me across the clearing. It was a perimeter sound, a fence being tested. I felt the old animal part of my brain wake up and take over. I unbuckled my hip belt. The pack slid from my shoulders and hit the ground with a soft thud. I dropped my trekking poles beside it. I kept my eyes on the trees and stepped backward toward the direction I had come from. The clicking accelerated, not faster in tempo but closer together in space, popping from trunk to trunk. I turned and ran. The brush closed around me immediately. Branches clawed at my arms. I heard the clicks on both sides now, parallel to my path. They did not crash through the undergrowth. They kept pace without sound except for that measured knock. I pushed downhill instead of up, abandoning my bearing for speed. The forest floor sloped away, slick with old needles. I slid, caught myself, kept moving. My breath came loud in my ears. The light was draining out of the woods. I expected to feel a hand on my pack that wasn't there, to be yanked backward by something I couldn't see. Nothing touched me. The clicking stayed just out of reach, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind, never crossing into my line of sight. I didn't look back again. I ran until the trees began to space out and the ground leveled. I recognized a deadfall I had stepped over earlier in the day, its roots torn up like ribs. The sound cut off as abruptly as it had started. I didn't stop moving. I put distance between myself and the saddle, angling toward a creek I knew would lead me back to the main trail. Without my pack, I felt unbalanced, stripped down to the essentials in my pockets. A lighter, a small knife, the folded hand-drawn map against my chest. The forest resumed its ordinary noises around me. The whir of insects, the far-off caw of a crow. Dusk settled in layers. I reached the creek at full dark and followed it by sound and memory until it braided into a wider channel near the trail. I walked out under a thin slice of moon and didn't stop until I saw the pale rectangle of the trailhead sign in my headlamp. My truck was the only vehicle in the lot. Inside the cab with the doors locked and the engine running, I finally allowed my hands to shake. I told myself I would return in daylight with someone else, retrieve my pack, document the clearing, report the items to the ranger station. I have always believed that the woods are just woods, that anything arranged by human hands can be explained by human motives. I reached up to my chest pocket to take out the map. The zipper was still closed. I opened it and slid my fingers inside. The pocket was empty. I checked my pants pockets, my jacket, the seat beside me. Nothing. I remember the texture of the paper when I folded it. I remember tucking it in. There was no tear in the fabric, no gap where it could have slipped out during the run. I drove home that night without my pack, without my poles, without any proof that the clearing existed beyond the scratches on my forearms and the thin line of dried sap on my wrist from the cedar's hollow. I did not go back the next day. I have not gone back since. Sometimes when I lay out my gear before a trip, I unzip that chest pocket and run my fingers along the seam, feeling for a weakness in the stitching that might explain how a folded square of paper could vanish. The fabric is intact. The zipper teeth meet cleanly. The pocket holds nothing but air, and I can still hear, if I stand very still, a measured clicking just beyond the tray line of my memory. I stepped off the marked trail because the map on my phone showed a structure that wasn't supposed to be there anymore. The county had listed the old chapel as demolished in the late 90s, but satellite images still showed a roofline tucked under the trees. I've spent years tracking down places like that. Fire towers, shuttered schools, abandoned farmhouses. So I followed a faint deer path through the brush until the woods opened, and the building rose up in front of me, smaller than I expected and sinking into the earth as if it were trying to disappear. The chapel was wood framed, its white paint long since peeled to gray. One wall had collapsed inward, exposing warped pews and a scatter of hymnals turned to pulp by rain. The steeple was gone. Vines had claimed the front steps. It was quiet in the way remote places get during the day, where the only sound is wind combing through leaves and the distant knock of a woodpecker. I remember feeling pleased with myself for finding it at all. I circled the exterior first. That's a habit. I looked for fresh footprints, broken glass, signs of recent fires. The ground was soft from a storm the night before, and I saw shoe prints that weren't mine pressed into the mud near a side entrance. They weren't crisp, but they weren't old either. A plastic grocery bag snagged on a bush fluttered weakly. I told myself it was probably teenagers or someone camping rough. I've run into squatters before. Most just want to be left alone. Inside, the air was stale but not unbearable. Light filtered through gaps in the boards, striping the floor. Someone had dragged two pews together to make a platform and laid a thin mattress on top. There were empty food cans stacked neatly along the wall, a cracked mirror propped against the altar, and a blue tarp folded with care. It wasn't random vandalism, it looked lived in. I took a few photos for my records and saved the GPS track on my phone. Then I noticed a narrow door at the back of the sanctuary, half hidden behind a fallen beam. It led down to a basement I hadn't seen from outside. The steps were steep and damp. As soon as I descended a few feet, the smell changed. Upstairs had been dust and wet wood. Down there it was thicker, sour and metallic, the kind of odor that coats the back of your throat. I've smelled dead animals on trails before. This was different, stronger, confined. The basement ceiling was low, with exposed joists and dangling wires. A single extension cord snaked across the floor to a camping lantern sitting on a crate. It was turned off, but the batteries were still inside. There were water jugs lined against the wall, and a bucket with a tight lid. A pile of blankets lay in the corner, flattened as if someone had slept there recently. I could see where the dirt floor had been disturbed, not dug up exactly, but churned. Flies buzzed lazily near a small grimy window. I remember focusing on that detail because it felt ordinary. Flies meant heat, meant decay, meant something organic nearby. I told myself again it could be an animal, a raccoon trapped under the floorboards, a deer that had crawled in and died. Then I heard a sound from outside, not loud, just a scrape, like a shoe against gravel. I froze. The basement felt suddenly too tight, the air too used. I stood there listening, heart thudding hard enough that I could feel it in my teeth. Another scrape, closer to the side of the building. Not wind, not an animal moving through leaves. Something deliberate. I switched off the flashlight I'd been using and waited. The smell seemed stronger in the dark. My eyes adjusted enough to make out the outline of the stairs. No voices, no footsteps descending, just that sense of someone occupying the same space, separated by a wall and a few yards of dirt. This is where people get themselves into trouble. I remember thinking, curiosity overriding instinct. I moved slowly back up the steps. Each board creaked under my weight. I expected at any second to see someone framed in the doorway, blocking the light. No one was there. The sanctuary looked the same as before. Mattress, cans, tarp. But the quiet had changed. It felt aware. Through a crack in the wall, I saw part of the clearing beside the chapel. There was a small outbuilding I hadn't paid much attention to earlier. Maybe an old storage shed or a detached office. Its door was shut. A length of rope hung from the handle. I was almost certain it hadn't been there when I first walked around, but I couldn't trust that memory. The smell followed me upstairs now, faint but undeniable. I didn't call out. I didn't announce myself. I stepped back through the side entrance into the daylight and forced myself not to run. The clearing seemed brighter than before, almost harsh. As I passed the outbuilding, I caught a stronger wave of that same odor leaking from a gap near the foundation. It was enough to make my eyes water. I kept walking until the trees swallowed the chapel from view. Only then did I pick up my pace. On the drive home, I tried to rationalize it. Maybe someone had been butchering deer out there. Maybe the basement was just a rough shelter, and the smell came from spoiled food. But the image of the disturbed dirt and the flies at the window kept replaying. By the time I reached cell service, I had decided to call the county's non-emergency line. I told them I'd found an abandoned structure with signs of habitation and a strong odor that concerned me. I gave them coordinates. I didn't mention the scrape outside. That part felt too thin, too subjective. 2 days later, a deputy called me back. He asked me to confirm the location and whether I had entered the buildings. His tone was controlled, professional. I confirmed I had gone inside the chapel, but not the smaller structure. There was a pause on the line before he told me they had recovered human remains from the outbuilding adjacent to the chapel, specifically a head and torso. He didn't offer more details and I didn't ask. I sat at my kitchen table after that call, staring at the wall. The scrape I'd heard, the rope on the handle, the lantern with fresh batteries. Someone had been using that space recently, either the person responsible or someone connected to it. And I had been in the basement beneath them, separated by floorboards and a few breaths of air. Law enforcement asked me to meet them at the trailhead to walk through what I'd seen. By then, the area was taped off. Crime scene technicians moved methodically around the outbuilding. I avoided looking too closely. Even so, I caught a glimpse of a gurney being wheeled toward a van, a black bag zipped tight. The deputy told me they believed the remains had been placed there within the last week. He asked if I had seen any vehicles on the access road. I hadn't. It was possible someone had parked deeper in the woods, beyond the bend where the trees closed in. After giving my statement, I was free to leave. I stood for a moment at the edge of the clearing, looking at the chapel one more time. In daylight with uniforms and flashing lights around it, it seemed smaller, less mysterious, just wood and nails and rot. But I couldn't shake the knowledge that when I was in that basement, someone else might have been only yards away listening to my footsteps the way I had listened to theirs. I keep replaying the timing. If I had decided to open the outbuilding door, if I had called out when I heard the scrape, if I had lingered in the basement a few minutes longer, my entire memory of that day pivots on the simple choice to trust a gut feeling and leave. Now when I hike, I still look for forgotten places, but I pay closer attention to what doesn't fit. The fresh battery in an old lantern, the way flies collect at a window, the smell that doesn't belong in open air. The chapel has since been torn down for good. The clearing is just another patch of woods again. But sometimes when I think about how close I was to whatever happened there, I imagine standing in that dim basement, the air thick in my lungs, someone just above me shifting their weight and waiting for me to make the wrong decision. And I see that rope hanging from the outbuilding door, perfectly still in the afternoon light, as if it had never moved at all. I first felt it breathe on me while I was sweeping plaster dust off the floor of the west wing. It was late afternoon, the kind of heavy summer heat that makes old houses smell like wet wood and old paper. The windows in that part of the mansion had been removed for restoration, leaving only framed openings covered in plastic. The plastic barely moved. The air was still. I remember pushing the broom along the warped boards and watching the dust curl up in pale clouds. when something warm touched the back of my neck. Not a draft, not a brush of fabric, a slow, steady exhale. I turned around so fast I hit my elbow on a stripped stud. There was nothing behind me but exposed beams and a sagging ceiling where my dad had torn out damaged plaster the week before. Down the hall, I could hear the low hum of his radio and the scrape of a ladder being dragged across tile. Brianna was outside, sitting on the porch rail and scrolling through her phone, pretending she did not hate our new life. I stood there longer than I want to admit, waiting for the feeling to repeat itself. It did not. The house was quiet again, heavy and listening. That was 3 weeks after we moved to the small town of Halbrook, so my dad could oversee the renovation of the Whitmore mansion. He was an architect who specialized in historic properties, and when the town council finally secured funding to restore the place, they wanted him. The house had been empty for almost 40 years. It sat back from the road behind a rusted iron fence, 3 stories of faded brick and tall windows, with a porch that wrapped around like folded arms. We were not supposed to live there. Not officially, but Dad convinced the council it would save money if he stayed on site during the early phases. So we moved into the smaller carriage house out back while the main structure was gutted. Room by room, Brianna took it the hardest. She was 17, a year older than me, and she had just started to build something for herself back home. In Halbrook, there was nothing but a gas station, a diner, and kids who had known each other since kindergarten. She called it a prison without bars. Dad called it an opportunity. From the beginning, he had rules. No going into rooms marked unsafe. No inviting anyone over until structural inspections were complete. No wandering the unfinished 3rd floor. He said it in the calm voice he used with clients, but there was strain underneath. The house had problems beyond cosmetics. Rot in the subfloor, unstable stair treads, a cracked chimney stack. Hidden dangers, he called them. I kept thinking about the breath in the west wing. That section had once been servants' quarters according to the old blueprints. Dad had left a packet of permits and reference documents on our kitchen table, and I remember noticing a strange string of text at the bottom of one photocopied page, something that looked like a printer glitch more than a code. It stuck in my mind because it felt out of place, like something that did not belong in an official document. The west wing did not belong either, even stripped to studs. It felt separate from the rest of the house. Sound carried differently there. My footsteps seemed to land a fraction of a second before I expected them to. I did not tell anyone about the breath. I told myself it was heat rising from the boards, or my own imagination amplified by dust and shadows. I told myself that because I needed the house to be only a house. By mid-July, Dad had to leave for a weekend to meet a supplier 2 counties over. He hesitated before he went, reminding us of the rules again. No one inside the main structure, especially not the west wing. He locked the temporary power box and took the truck, promising to be back Sunday evening. The moment he turned onto the road, Brianna's mood shifted. It was like watching someone step into a version of themselves they had been rehearsing. She had already been messaging people from town. I had seen the names pop up on her phone. She said she just wanted to show them the place. She said it would make her interesting. She said Dad would never know if we kept it contained to the foyer and the front hall. I told her it was a bad idea. I reminded her about loose boards and exposed nails. She rolled her eyes and said I worried too much. That was my defining trait, apparently. Observant, anxious, practical to the point of being boring. By sunset, cars were lining the dirt pull-off near the fence. The sky was still bright, cicadas buzzing in the trees. About a dozen kids showed up. Nothing wild at first, just music from a portable speaker and people wandering through the grand entryway, craning their necks at the chandelier Dad had carefully lowered for cleaning. I stayed near the door. Watching the air inside the mansion felt different at night. Cooler, thinner. Every laugh seemed to echo longer than it should. Someone suggested exploring upstairs. I saw Brianna hesitate, then smile. She liked being at the center of something. I followed because I did not trust the house. We kept to the main staircase, avoiding the taped-off sections. Flashlights cut narrow tunnels through the dark. The 3rd floor landing smelled like old insulation, and something faintly sweet, almost floral, buried beneath dust. At some point, I realized Brianna was no longer in front of me. I assumed she had gone back down to the party. I checked the landing, then the second-floor hall. The music downstairs had grown louder. A door banged somewhere. I called her name once, keeping my voice low. No answer. The plastic sheeting over the west wing entrance was moving. There was no breeze that night. The trees outside had been still when we came in, but the plastic rippled inward, like something had just passed through it. I told myself it was pressure from people moving around. I pushed through. The west wing was darker than the rest of the house. The flashlight beam seemed to be swallowed by the open framing. My shoes crunched on debris. I smelled the same warm, stale air from weeks before. Then I heard it, breathing. Slow, measured, close to my ear. I froze. The sound did not echo like the others. It was intimate, direct. My skin prickled. I whispered Brianna's name. The breathing did not change. I took one step forward, then another. The beam of my flashlight caught the pale shape of her hand on the floor. She was lying on her back between two exposed studs, eyes open, staring at nothing. Her mouth was slightly parted. Her chest rose and fell too evenly, as if she were asleep, but her body was rigid. I dropped to my knees beside her. Her skin was cold despite the heat. I shook her shoulder. No response. The breathing sound was still there, but it did not match the rhythm of her chest. For a second, everything narrowed to the space between us. The dust, the faint smell of old wood, the sense that we were not alone in that unfinished room. Then the plastic at the doorway snapped hard against the frame. The sound jolted me. I screamed for help. The rest of the night fractured after that. Someone called for an ambulance. Flashlights bobbed in the hall. Hands lifted Brianna onto a makeshift stretcher. I stayed beside her, holding her wrist, counting nothing, just feeling for proof that she was still there. At the hospital, doctors asked about drugs, alcohol, head injuries. There were none. Her blood work came back clean. No concussion, no sign of stroke. They used the word episode. They used the word stress. She woke up the next morning but did not seem to recognize me. Her eyes tracked movement in the room, but not faces. When she finally spoke, it was to ask who was breathing so loudly. No one else in the room heard anything. Dad returned to flashing lights, and a police car parked crookedly by the fence. He looked smaller somehow, like the house had taken something from him too. He listened to the doctors. He walked through the west wing with the inspector. They found no gas leaks, no mold pockets large enough to explain sudden collapse, no structural failure that could have caused a fall. Brianna never came back to the carriage house. Over the next few weeks, her confusion turned into something heavier. She complained of constant whispering just out of range. She said someone stood at the foot of her bed at night, breathing in and out, patient and steady. She stopped sleeping. She stopped eating. Eventually, the doctors recommended long-term care at a psychiatric facility an hour away. Dad signed the papers with shaking hands. The town council quietly reassigned the project to another firm. We moved back to our old city before summer ended. The Whitmore mansion remained half renovated, its west wing still open to studs and shadow. I think about that afternoon more than the party. The broom in my hands, the dust rising in soft spirals, the warmth at the back of my neck when no one stood behind me. I have tried to build explanations. Heat pockets trapped in old walls, my own breath reflected by insulation, shared hysteria brought on by stress and isolation. Each theory sounds reasonable in daylight, but sometimes, when I am alone in my apartment and the air is perfectly still, I feel that same slow exhale against my skin. I do not turn around anymore. I know there will be nothing to see. What stays with me is the image of Brianna on the unfinished floor, eyes open to something I could not see, listening to a rhythm I still hear in my worst moments. A house can hide rot behind fresh paint. It can hide weakness beneath polished floors. And sometimes in the quietest parts of it, there is a breath that does not belong to anyone living, waiting in the dark for someone to stand still long enough to feel it against their neck. I first heard the breathing on the fourth morning of my rotation, right after I keyed the mic for my scheduled check-in, and before dispatch came back with the weather update. It wasn't static and it wasn't wind crossing the antenna. It was measured, patient, close enough that I pulled the handset away from my ear and looked at it as if it might fog with someone else's breath. I'd been stationed at the Granite Spur cabin for 9 days. The place sits in a bowl of timber above a narrow alpine lake, surrounded by steep, densely forested slopes that block any road noise or stray hikers. My job was simple on paper: trail reports, fire watch, wildlife survey notes, and 2 radio check-ins a day. The nearest ranger was a 3-hour hike and a ridge away. My only reliable link to anyone was the handheld in the roof antenna bolted to the stovepipe. That morning the sky was clear, a thin crust of frost still holding to the shaded side of the clearing. I gave my call sign. The breathing slipped into the pause after my transmission, steady and unhurried. Then dispatch answered with routine clarity, asking for conditions and confirming my supply drop date. No one else seemed to be on the frequency. I told them I'd heard interference. They ran a quick check from their end and reported nothing unusual. No cross traffic, no open mic. They asked me to switch to the secondary channel and try again. I did. The line was clean. When I switched back to primary for the formal log, the breathing returned, faint but distinct. Dispatch said they heard only my voice and the usual background hiss. The rest of that day I inspected the antenna connection, checked the battery pack, and swapped in the spare handset from the cabinet. The cabin is old but maintained. The wiring is straightforward. There's not much that can go wrong without showing you how it's gone wrong. I found nothing loose or corroded. That evening at the second check-in, the breathing came again, overlapping the silence between my sign-off and their acknowledgement. I told myself it was atmospheric skip. The mountains do strange things to radio waves. Sound carries in ways that don't make sense. I'd heard ranchers on distant frequencies before. A baby crying once. Music that cut in and out like it was underwater. Breathing, though, is intimate. It implies a body close to the microphone. Late that afternoon, while I was splitting kindling behind the cabin, I noticed something at the tree line across the clearing. The light was flat and gray, the sun slipping behind the western ridge. About 30 yards out between 2 fernseh, there was a vertical shape that didn't belong. It was roughly my height, narrow at the shoulders, too symmetrical to be a snag. I leaned the maul against the stump and stepped onto the porch for a better angle. The shape didn't move. No shift of weight. No turn of a head. I went inside for the binoculars and braced my elbows on the railing. Through the glass I saw bark patterns and shadow. But the longer I looked, the more it resolved into the outline of a person standing very still. I watched for a long time. The wind picked up and moved the higher branches. The undergrowth stayed mostly still. The shape remained fixed, facing the cabin. I called out once, just to break the tension. My voice carried and died in the trees. No response. After a while, the light changed enough that the contrast softened, and the shape seemed to blend back into the trunks behind it. When I went out with a flashlight at dusk, sweeping the beam across that stretch of forest, I found only trees spaced the way trees naturally space themselves. That night I lay on the narrow bunk with the radio on the crate beside me. The cabin makes ordinary sounds, boards ticking as they cool, the stovepipe adjusting to pressure, small animals moving under the floor. Around midnight, I heard something separate from that rhythm. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate, circling. They weren't heavy enough to be a bear, not the erratic scuffle of a deer. Each step had a placement to it, a careful press into the ground, then a pause. The sound moved from the front of the cabin along the right wall, across the back where the woods come closest, and around to the left. I sat up and listened as it completed a full circuit. I didn't rush outside. I've learned not to react quickly in the backcountry. Most things have explanations that reveal themselves if you wait. The steps continued, maintaining that same distance from the walls, as if following the line of the foundation. I clicked off the lantern and let my eyes adjust to the dark. The window showed only my reflection and a slice of stars. The circling went on for several minutes. Then it stopped. In the morning, I walked the perimeter with a mug of coffee cooling in my hand. The ground around the cabin is a mix of packed dirt and a thick layer of needles. 2 days before, a light rain had softened the soil enough to take an impression. I saw my own boot prints from hauling water. I saw the faint drag marks where I'd moved a log. I did not see any fresh tracks that matched the path the footsteps had taken. I widened the search, scanning the clearing edge. Nothing clear enough to photograph or cast. No broken twigs at knee height. No displaced stones. The forest floor looked undisturbed. At the morning check-in, the breathing was louder. It came immediately after I gave my call sign, like someone had been waiting with their finger on the transmit button. I held the mic and listened. Inhale, exhale, slow, unhurried. I reported it again. Dispatch repeated that they heard no third party on the line. They suggested I log the interference and continue monitoring. I wrote it down in the incident notebook we keep in the metal drawer by the desk. Date, time, description. When I filed the digital version after I got back, the system assigned it a reference string that looked like a glitch on the screen. I remember staring at it longer than I should have, as if the code itself meant something. Over the next 2 days, the pattern held. The breathing during check-ins, the shape at the tree line appearing at roughly the same hour in the fading light, always at the edge of clear vision. The footsteps after midnight, tracing the same slow circle. I stopped calling out. I conserved my reactions. I listened. On the third night of it, the steps paused directly outside the door. I could tell by the way the sound changed, the subtle shift in how it pressed against the wood. There was a stillness then that felt shared. I found myself holding my breath to hear if the other breathing would fill the silence. It did, but not through the walls. It came from the radio. I hadn't keyed it. It wasn't scheduled check-in time. The handset lay on the crate, dark and quiet except for that soft, steady inhale and exhale coming through the speaker. I watched the small transmit light. It remained off. Whatever signal carried that sound wasn't triggering the usual indicators. I reached over and turned the volume down to nothing. The cabin settled back into its own noises. The footsteps did not resume. By the time the bush plane was due for my rotation change, I was sleeping in short intervals and keeping the radio on even when I worked outside. I didn't mention the shape again to dispatch. I kept the reports to weather, trail washouts, and a note about increased squirrel activity near the lake. I didn't have language for something that stood at the tree line without moving. The morning the plane came in was clear and bright. The pilot skimmed low over the lake before setting down on the narrow strip of water we use as a landing zone. I loaded my pack and the supply crate onto the float and took one last look at the cabin. It sat small and square in the clearing, smoke rising straight up from the chimney. As we lifted off, the plane banking to clear the ridge, I looked down at the site from an angle I'd never had before. The clearing opened like a pale scar in the dark green of the forest. For a moment, I saw nothing unusual. Then the perspective shifted. They were standing just beyond the reach of the open ground, evenly spaced among the trees. Human-sized figures, too tall to be stumps, too narrow to be bears, arranged in a rough ring around the cabin, facing inward. There was no movement as we climbed. No wave, no attempt to hide. The formation held. I leaned forward and tapped the pilot's shoulder, pointing down. He dipped the wings slightly, giving me a clearer view. The figures remained in place, partially obscured by branches, but unmistakably upright. The distance swallowed detail. I couldn't see faces. I couldn't see arms. Only the impression of bodies occupying deliberate positions. Then the ridge cut off the view. The radio on the plane was quiet except for standard traffic from a distant airstrip. No breathing, no interference. I kept my eyes on the forest as long as I could, searching for a break in the canopy that might reveal the clearing again. But the mountains folded in on themselves and the cabin disappeared. Back at the district office, surrounded by fluorescent lights and the low hum of computers, the experience felt thinner. I gave a measured account to my supervisor, sticking to what I had observed. The unexplained audio during check-ins, the repeated visual anomaly at the tree line, the nocturnal footsteps without physical evidence, the sighting from the air. He listened without interrupting and asked if I needed time off before my next assignment. I told him I was fine. At night, though, in my apartment miles from any dense forest, I sometimes wake just before my alarm, certain I've heard the click of a mic opening on the bedside table. The room is still. The city outside moves in its ordinary patterns. I lie there and listen to my own breathing, steady and involuntary, and I picture that clearing from above, the cabin at the center, and the silent figures holding their positions at the edge of the trees, waiting for the next scheduled check-in. I still have the photo Melissa took that afternoon, buried in an old cloud backup I can't bring myself to delete. Every time I open it, I tell myself I'm looking for proof that I imagined the rest. The classroom looks harmless in the picture. Rows of neglected desks, pale light from tall windows, dust floating like lint in the air. We're all smiling, and behind us, where there was nothing when we turned around, there is someone standing too close to the back wall. The room was in the oldest wing of our school, past a set of double doors that were usually propped open but led nowhere anyone needed to go. Officially, it was under maintenance. In reality, it had been empty for years. Our school had been built over what used to be a wartime hospital, and that particular corridor had once been an administrative annex. At least that's what the history club claimed. Most students didn't care. It was just a quiet place to eat lunch when the cafeteria felt too loud. I was the one who suggested we use it. Midterms were coming up, and I wanted somewhere calm to review notes between classes. Melissa and 2 others followed me down the hallway, laughing about how dramatic the old wing looked. The lights flickered in a way that felt more neglected than sinister. The floor tiles were scuffed but clean. There was a faint smell I couldn't place at first, something sharp under the dust, like old antiseptic trapped in the walls. The classroom door stuck before it opened. Inside, the desks were stacked along one side, and the chalkboard still had faint writing on it, half erased. There were metal hooks along the ceiling, the kind used for hanging old projectors or decorations. I remember looking up at them and thinking they seemed excessive. We claimed a few desks and pushed them into a circle. Melissa, who documented everything, pulled out her phone and started taking selfies. She insisted the lighting in abandoned spaces made everyone look cinematic. We posed with exaggerated seriousness, then with wide grins. At one point, she turned her back to the chalkboard and snapped a shot over her shoulder. Nothing unusual happened while we were in there. No cold drafts. No sounds beyond the hum of distant ventilation. If anything, it felt anticlimactic. We left when the bell rang, promising to come back after school to study. It wasn't until last period that Melissa sent the photos to our group chat. I was half listening to a lecture when my phone buzzed in my backpack. Later, in the hallway, she grabbed my arm and told me to look at the 3rd picture. In the image, we were clustered together in the foreground. Behind us, near the back wall, stood a young woman in what looked like a pale uniform. Her hair hung straight and dark against her shoulders. Her face was slightly blurred, as if the camera had struggled to focus, but the outline was clear enough. She was not anyone from our group. We all swore she hadn't been there. The door had been closed. The room had one entrance and tall windows that didn't open. Melissa tried to rationalize it immediately. Maybe it was a reflection. Maybe someone had stepped in and out without us noticing. Maybe the phone glitched. When she forwarded the original file to me, the name appeared as a string of characters I'd never seen before. IMG 4587 Ta. She laughed and said it looked corrupted. I remember staring at those symbols longer than I meant to. By the time the final bell rang, the unease had dulled into something almost funny. We agreed it was creepy, yes, but not serious. I had a chemistry exam the next morning, and I didn't want to lose my quiet study spot. The library closed early on Thursdays. The old classroom would be empty. I told the others I'd meet them there, but they all backed out one by one. Practice ran late. A ride was waiting. A headache. I didn't blame them. The photo had unsettled us more than we admitted. It was nearly evening when I walked back down the abandoned corridor alone. The double doors were closed this time, and I had to push harder to get through. The overhead lights hummed faintly. Outside the tall windows, the sky had gone the flat gray of an approaching storm. The classroom felt smaller without the noise of my friends. I set my books on one of the desks we'd pulled forward earlier and sat down facing the chalkboard. I told myself the tightness in my chest was just leftover nerves from the exam. For a while, nothing happened. I worked through practice problems. The building settled around me with distant creaks. Rain began to tap softly against the windows, irregular and harmless. Then I heard another tapping. It was close. Not the window, not the pipes in the walls. A light, rhythmic knock. I froze, pen hovering over my notebook. The sound came again, directly above me. I looked at the ceiling tiles. They were discolored in places, sagging slightly in their frames. I listened harder, trying to match the sound to the rain outside. It didn't match. The rhythm was wrong. I shifted in my chair, and something brushed the top of my shoulder. I flinched and turned, expecting to see a loose cord or maybe a hanging strip of insulation. There was nothing at eye level. The room was exactly as it had been. Another tap, this time on the back of my chair. Slowly, I tilted my head upward. At first, I saw only the metal hooks along the ceiling. Then I noticed that one of the tiles above me was darker than the rest, stained in a spreading pattern. A drop of liquid swelled at its edge. It fell onto my open textbook. The spot it left was bright red. I stared at it, confused, waiting for my mind to correct the color into something ordinary. Rusty water, paint, anything else. Another drop followed, landing beside the first. The metallic smell reached me a second later. My breath shortened. I pushed my chair back, and as I did, something grazed the side of my head. I looked up fully. A young woman hung suspended from one of the ceiling hooks. Her body angled slightly as if caught mid-sway. Her feet were bare. The tips of her toes brushed the top of my chair with each small movement, producing the tapping I'd been hearing. Her uniform was old-fashioned, pale fabric darkened in places. Her head was tilted at a degree that didn't look comfortable, but her eyes were open. They were fixed on me. For a second, my brain insisted this was a projection of light and shadow, a trick of stress. I blinked hard. She did not disappear. A thin line of red trailed from her sleeve down to her fingertips, gathering and falling in steady drops onto my desk. The room was silent except for the soft contact of her feet against the chair. Tap, tap. I stumbled backward, knocking into another desk. The impact jolted the room, but she swayed only slightly more, as if responding to a breeze I couldn't feel. Her gaze never shifted. I don't remember reaching the door. I remember the handle resisting, then giving way under my grip. The hallway light seemed too bright after the dim classroom. I ran without looking back. The security office was near the main entrance. The guard on duty, Mr. Halpern, looked up in surprise when I burst in. I must have looked worse than I realized, because he stood immediately and asked what happened. I couldn't explain it clearly. I told him there was someone in the old classroom, someone hurt, someone hanging. My words tangled over each other. He didn't question me. He grabbed his radio and keys and walked quickly down the corridor with me trailing behind, though every step closer made my skin crawl. When we reached the classroom, the door was closed. He opened it slowly. The room was empty. My books were scattered across the floor where I'd knocked them aside. My chair was tipped over. On the desk, my textbook lay open to the page I'd been studying. There were no drops of red on the paper. The ceiling tiles were dry and pale. Mr. Halpern examined the hooks above us, then looked back at me with an expression I couldn't read. He didn't accuse me of making it up. He didn't laugh. He simply told me in a measured tone that the room had a history. Decades ago, before the school expanded, a student had been found in that classroom after hours. The records were unclear about the exact circumstances. The building had still carried remnants of its time as a hospital. There had been questions about supervision, about why that particular space was accessible. Afterward, the room was closed for a long time. When renovations happened, administrators chose not to assign it regular use again. He said some staff preferred not to linger there alone. That was all. He locked the classroom door that night and told me to focus on my exams. I didn't argue. I didn't tell my friends what I'd seen in full detail. Melissa deleted the photo a week later after claiming it made her phone glitch. I never stepped into that corridor again. Even now, years after graduation, I sometimes think about the metal hooks along the ceiling and the way her feet tapped against the back of my chair with patient, almost absent rhythm. I think about the red drops that left no stain and the fine line that shouldn't have existed. Whenever I pass the school during alumni events, I keep to the brighter hallways and avoid the double doors at the end of the building, because I know if I walk far enough, I'll hear that soft, deliberate tapping waiting for me in the darkened room at the end of the hall. The first thing I felt when I stepped out of the tunnel was the cold breath of the station pushing back at me, like the building didn't want to be entered again. My boots left damp prints on the concrete as I climbed from the narrow service corridor into the cavernous dark beneath Michigan Central Station. I switched off my backup light and let my eyes adjust to the thin spill from my headlamp. Above us, the hollow shell of Detroit's old monument stretched up into blackness. I've led dozens of entries into abandoned places, and I don't improvise. I keep rules folded in my pack, the same checklist I've refined for years. Stay together, test every surface, no edges without a spotter, no shafts without a tether. We had followed them perfectly getting in, through the hidden tunnel that spit us into the station's underbelly, without crossing the obvious barricades. It was clean, controlled, quiet. That success was the problem. C was already sweeping his light across the basement columns, grinning at the scale of it. Robbie hovered close to me, still new enough to feel the weight of the place. The air smelled like wet plaster and old smoke. Somewhere, water dripped with a steady metallic tap. We moved up through a stairwell, choked with debris. The grand concourse opened above us like the ribcage of something long dead. Windows blown out, moonlight leaking in through broken panes. Wind slid through the building and made a low note that never quite stopped. Our beams caught graffiti, peeled paint, pigeon feathers. We climbed floor by floor. Offices gutted to brick, doors hanging crooked. The higher we went, the more the city lights spread out beyond shattered windows. By the time we reached the 13th floor, Robbie's nerves had thinned into excitement. Tia was talking about the roof. The stairwell door to the roof was swollen, but we forced it open with steady pressure. The night air hit us clean and sharp. Detroit lay flat and glittering under a low cloud ceiling. Up there, with the wind in our ears and the station quiet beneath us, it felt less like trespassing and more like conquering. That was the shift. We stayed too long, took photos, sat on the ledge well back from the drop, but closer than I liked. When we finally started down, the tight formation we'd kept on the way up loosened. Robbie drifted ahead to catch different angles with his camera. Sid lagged behind me, then past me, his boots scuffing loose grit. I reminded them to close ranks. I reminded them that fatigue makes people careless. My words didn't land the way they had in the tunnel. On the 13th floor landing, the elevator doors were peeled apart like a mouth. The car was gone. Just a black shaft falling straight down, the edges rimmed with rust. We all saw it at the same time. I stopped a few steps back, told them to give it space. Kite picked up an empty glass bottle from the hallway, probably left by other explorers. He weighed it in his hand and said something about wanting to hear how long it would take to hit bottom. Robbie laughed. The mood had shifted into something lighter, reckless. I told him no, not near the edge. He stepped closer anyway, careful at first. There was a strip of crumbled plaster and pigeon droppings along the threshold. I saw his boot slide a fraction before he did. It happened without drama. 1 second he was leaning forward, arm cocked. The next, his foot lost purchase. The bottle left his hand at the wrong angle. His body tilted into the open space. He disappeared. There was a single impact as the bottle shattered far below. Then a long, empty rush of sound as C fell through the shaft, scraping against nothing. My light snapped to the void. Robbie froze beside me. 10 stories is longer than it sounds. A metallic twang cut through the shaft, then another. The cables vibrated, a low humming tremor that carried up to us. My beam caught movement several floors down. Saab wrapped around the elevator cables, arms and legs locked, his body swinging slightly in the dark. He hadn't hit bottom. He had caught the cables maybe 3 floors above the lower offices, his weight bowing them inward. One shoe was gone. His free foot searched for purchase against the guide rail. I dropped flat on my stomach and extended my light further down, keeping my center of gravity away from the edge. Robbie started forward and I grabbed his jacket and dragged him back. I told him to breathe, told him to stay behind me. C was alive. I could see his helmet light flickering against the shaft wall. He wasn't shouting. He was conserving air, conserving strength. That scared me more than if he'd been screaming. We moved fast then, but not sloppy. I forced it to stay procedural. I had rope in my pack, not enough to reach the bottom of the shaft, but enough to reach him if we could get to the right floor. We pulled back from the opening and took the stairs down at a controlled pace. Every instinct screamed to run. Running in that building would have broken an ankle before we made it 2 flights. At the floor where I judged he might be level, we forced open the elevator doors. The gap revealed the shaft cables vibrating inches from the threshold. C hung below us, maybe 8 feet down, his arms wrapped tight. His face was turned into the steel. I anchored the rope to a radiator pipe, bolted into brick, tested it with my full weight. It held short, clear steps. No wasted motion. I lowered myself into the shaft, braced against one wall, boots planted on the narrow lip inside the doorway. The cables thrummed beside my shoulder. I could feel the tremor of C's grip weakening through the metal. I told him to look at me, to move one hand at a time. When I said, he shifted. The cables sang under the change in weight. I looped the rope under his arm and across his chest, cinched it tight. My forearm pressed into the cold steel as I tied the knot. His breathing was ragged now. One of his hands slipped an inch before catching again. I gave Robbie the signal to haul. The rope tightened. C's body rose slowly, scraping against the shaft wall. Dust rained down. I pushed from below, guiding his boots toward the doorway. For a second, his weight dragged us both outward, and the cables shuddered hard enough to make a deep, resonant boom. Then his knee cleared the threshold. Robbie pulled with everything he had. I shoved upward. Together we tipped C onto the cracked tile of the hallway. He rolled away from the opening on instinct, curling onto his side. I climbed out after him and dragged the rope clear. For a moment, none of us moved. The shaft hummed softly behind us, settling. C's hands were raw and blistered, where the cable had burned through his gloves. His arms shook uncontrollably. There was a deep bruise forming along his shoulder where he'd struck something on the way down. But he was breathing, awake, whole. We didn't linger. We got him to his feet and moved as a unit back to the stairwell. Every landing felt narrower on the way down. Every broken step looked like a trap we'd been lucky to avoid earlier. The tunnel seemed longer, returning through it. I stayed at the rear, watching C's gate, ready to catch him if his legs gave out. Robbie didn't speak. The only sound was our boots, and C's uneven breathing echoing off concrete. When we reached the car, the city felt too bright, too normal. We drove straight to the emergency room and told a stripped-down version of the truth. A fall in an abandoned building. No heroics. No details about tunnels or roofs. Clay spent the night under observation. Severe bruising. Rope burns. A mild concussion. The doctor said another few seconds and his grip would have failed completely. I went back to the station once, months later in daylight with permission, standing at a distance from the sealed entrances. The windows were still broken, the roof line still cut against the sky. From the outside it looked inert, like a relic waiting for restoration. But I know how thin the margin was inside that elevator shaft. I know how quickly competence turned into arrogance once we felt untouchable. We entered clean and disciplined, and that success convinced us the building had softened. It hadn't. Every time I close my eyes, I see the rectangle of that open doorway on the 13th floor, the strip of loose grit at the threshold, and the empty dark beyond it